afternoon. The legislature is back in recess. Senator Dueñas, you recognized?
Sususmasi, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I motion to accept Bill number 44-38 COR as substituted on the floor, and actually at this time as substituted on the floor. Yes.
Thank you. On the motion to accept Bill number 44-38 COR substituted on the floor.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of inquiry, ma'am?
Just to make sure, this bill that's substituted on the floor is the correct bill that was passed out on Friday for everyone to be able to look at. Just wanted to verify the one that's sitting in front of us on our desk is the same one that was given on Friday, emailed to the senators.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address that question. So yes, it is. However, there was a couple of technical amendments, and I'll read them, and that's why we changed out those pages. There was a typo on the front page. It was Mina 37 na legislature ng Guåhan. Of course, we are in Mina 38 na legislature ng Guåhan. The other two changes were minor edits on Bill 109. The Civil Law Center, line 20, was changed from appropriation to allocation. And also on page 73, Crime Stoppers, line 19, was changed from appropriation to allocation. Those are the only changes other than what was distributed. They are technical in nature and they are not substantive at this point.
Thank you. Senator Titleguida, does that answer your question? Thank you very much. Okay.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Can we repeat that again, just for the record?
Sure. Sure. Go ahead. Senator Dueñas, can you repeat that, please?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. So the only changes with regard to the budget that's currently on the floor were 3 technical amendments that were made. So Imina 37 na legislature ng Guåhan was in the first version. Pretty obviously that we are in Imina 38 na legislature ng Guåhan. And 2 other technical changes were done, and that is on page 109, Civil Law Center, line 20, it was changed from an appropriation to allocation. And page 73, Crime Stoppers, line 19, changed from appropriation to allocation, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Mr. Senator Barnett? Hang on. Senator Barnett, does that answer your question? Thank you very much. Senator San Agustin, sir, you recognize?
Very simple. Maybe there's more correction needs to be made. On page 73, line 19, that was stated by the chairman of appropriation. The word appropriation was changed to allocation, but then further along the sentence is appropriated. I just want to make sure, is that still correct? Or first you changed the word appropriation to allocation, but then it still says, I just want to make sure we're still consistent. That's all. Just asking that, and I'll look on page 109 and just want to verify the information provided. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, can we take a short recess and I'll just make sure it's correct with OFB? They are here.
Let's take a short recess. Legislation is back from recess. Senator San Augustine, sir, you still have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure it's understood. Number one, Friday I got a budget bill. Today I got a new one with the different versions or whatever corrections need to be made. And that's why we needed time to go over them. And right now I see it on the new bill that the word allocation replaced the word appropriation. We just take it out of height. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Parrish, you had something already? Senator Talai, ma'am, you have the floor.
Just the correction on page 73, if he could repeat it. Mine both says allocation on line 19 and line 20.
So it should be consistent with allocation. That's the change.
So it's consistent with allocation.
Correct.
Senator Talai? You want him to repeat that? Yeah,
It was changed, correct.
it was changed. Okay? Any other senators? On the motion, there has been an objection that has been raised. On the motion, since there has been an objection that has been raised, can I see that? Okay, all those in favor of substituting Bill 44-38 COR, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion passes.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to make my opening remarks on the bill.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we are here today to decide how this government will spend the people's money for the next fiscal year. And I say the people's money because that's what it is. Not ours, not the government's,
Point of order.
but the taxpayers.
What's your point of order, Senator?
This is an appropriation bill, so according to our rules, we should be going into committee of the whole automatically on the appropriation bills.
We will be going into committee of the whole. I'm giving him the opportunity to be able to introduce the substitute bill. Thank you. Proceed, Senator Goins.
Wait, and there was a motion pending, Mr. Speaker, regarding,
The motion was
all right. Yes, I know, so if we're going to speak on the bill, we have to go into committee of the whole automatically for appropriation bills.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So noted. Senator Goins, you can continue.
Mr. Chair, I will start again. Opening on the bill. Colleagues, we are here today to decide on how this government will spend the people's money for the next fiscal year. And I say the people's money because that's what it is. Not ours, not the government's, but the
Objection,
taxpayers.
Mr. Speaker. I think the rules are very clear about the process for this session. So I just wanted to again note that for the record. Sidos Masi.
Senator Goins, you want to proceed?
Mr. Speaker, if you give a moment, we'll be able to cite the relevant section.
Do you have a point of order that you want to raise?
I'm trying to, point of order.
Okay, go. What's your point of order, sir?
Mr. Speaker, I think the point of order that they're only referring to is that the opening of the budget bill can be done when we're in the committee of the whole, and then he can speak. I mean, I'm no objection on that, but let's stick to the rules that you've declared. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. I am still waiting on Senator Barnett. You still have it.
Decidos Masia, Mr. Speaker, the page 48 of the standing rules, under 3, Committee of the Whole bills reported to Legislature and Guåhan containing an appropriation, authorization for an appropriation, or tax benefit pursuant to Section 6.1 shall be considered by Legislature and Guåhan in a Committee of the Whole chaired by the chairperson of the Committee on Finance or the chairperson's designee. That's the rule, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm very much
So,
familiar with the rule.
Are you disregarding the rule,
No, I'm not
Mr. Speaker?
disregarding the rule there, Senator. There's nothing in there that says about opening remarks.
It says the bill shall be considered in Committee of the Whole.
It says
And we're
consider.
considering the bill now.
It says consider, and we have to go through that motion.
I think the rule's very clear, Mr. Speaker.
The rules are very clear.
Just
Senator.
with due respect, I just want to lodge that.
Thank you very much.
you.
I so noted. Thank you very much. Senator Dueñas, you can continue.
Decidos Masia, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'll pause for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, colleagues, we are here today to decide on how this government will spend the people's money for the next fiscal year. And I say the people's money because that's exactly what it is. Not ours, not the government's, but the taxpayers. Fiscal year 2026 budget is not a blank check. It's a disciplined plan. It is grounded in conservative revenue projections, not guesswork. And it is built on a simple principle. We do not spend what we do not have. Our job is to keep the lights on, keep services running, and keep our financial footing strong without leaving the next legislature to clean up a mess. Now, I want to be very clear. Fiscal responsibility is not code for doing nothing. Fiscal responsibility means doing the right thing, the smart way. It means making investments that last, not just for one fiscal year, but for the next decade. And that's exactly what this budget does. We fund the big 3, health, education, and safety, because those aren't optional. Nearly $10 million more for Guam Memorial Hospital, another $10 million for public schools, full funding for recruits of cycles in our major law enforcement agencies, police, fire, corrections, customs, because keeping our people safe is a basic duty of government. We give the business community the relief they've been asking for, rolling back the business privilege tax by 0.5%. That's not just a number on paper. That's a signal. Guam is open for business. We're serious about growth. We're not going to tax it out of existence. We invest $10 million in tourism, airline incentives, not because we like big numbers, but because we know 1 million visitors means thousands of jobs, more small business revenue, and a stronger tax base to fund the things our people need. But Mr. Speaker, I have to address something the governor has raised. She says she's concerned Simon Sanchez reconstruction is not included in this budget. Well, I strongly disagree. It's unfortunate that when it comes to funding Sanchez, there's not funding what she herself signed into law. This is why I specifically line item Sanchez reconstruction in this budget. If the governor is telling us she cannot fund it from her generous transfer authority, then Governor, let's be clear. Using Simon Sanchez as a red herring for this budget is completely unacceptable. And to those listening today, I have been waiting for Sanchez construction to be done with procurement. Yet here we are still waiting. And it's clear based on news articles that we see procurement sailed comfortably through for other contracts, even when the job isn't being done. Yet when it comes to Sanchez, our students, our future, here we are stuck in limbo. I don't have to find another dollar amount, but once procurement is complete, the governor does. And if she doesn't, I will be ready to champion at a standalone bill, other than the transfer authority that we're going to allow for the governor. I'm also watching the 24 and 25 audits. And when they come out, I tend for all executive revenues to go towards rebuilding Sanchez. Because the sharks have waited too long enough. They don't deserve delays and more excuses. And let's talk about discipline, because this is where so many budgets fail. We align with conservative revenue estimates. We've based tax refund funding on a 3-year average, not wishful thinking. This has been verified by Rev and Tax. We accounted for retirement adjustments and salary increments now instead of kicking the can down the road. This budget's not perfect. No budget ever is. But it's responsible. It's targeted. And it does something rare. It gives something to everyone without putting our finances in jeopardy. Well, we call it the big, beautiful compromise, and that's exactly what it is. Because we sat down, we worked together, and found the balance between what our people need and what our treasury can truly sustain. Colleagues, the people of Guam expect us to be good stewards for their money. This budget meets that expectation. It's a budget we can be proud of and pass. A budget we can defend, not just today, but next year and a year after that. I urge your support and swift passage so we can keep Guam moving forward responsibly and together. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I now motion that we resolve into Committee of the Whole, and that I chair the Committee of the Whole for the purposes of conducting deliberations on Bill 4438. As substituted on the floor.
Thank you. On the motion,
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to make some remarks on the bill
you
as
will be
well.
able to make some remarks. On the motion. On the motion.
On the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Yes. So the previous speaker said that the bill does many things, but the bill gives nothing to a new hospital, zero to a new prison, zero to Simon Sanchez, despite what he says, and it gives less than the status quo to the GMH. They also are amending laws that have not, or putting in money for things that we have not had any deliberation on. Half of these agencies have not had budget hearings, particularly GVB. The public has not been able to give input or ask questions as to the $10 million that this bill proposes to give to them. And that was not included in the governor's budget, so there was no hearing on that. But, so there are other things as well, Mr. Speaker, and particularly, I think we should consider that without these things being funded, that the bill is critically flawed, that we are, and we have not yet, the bill in no way addresses the impacts of federal funding cuts, Mr. Speaker, that we have been told are going to be made in fiscal year 2026, which is what this budget is to deal with, fiscal year 2026.
Thank you. On the motion, Senator Barnett, you recognize, sir?
Mr. Speaker, and buenas to the people of Guam. Thank you for watching this budget session today. I raise an objection to the bill. In my review of it, since we got it on Friday, it really does seem like backwards Robin Hood in what we're doing with this reduction, this discount in the business privilege tax. We're taking from some of the poorest people on our island, some of the most vulnerable, and we're giving it to these multi-million-dollar businesses. I think that people of Guam have to understand that those are the businesses that will benefit, because the small businesses that we all support are already receiving a reduced rate of the business privilege tax. So when we talk about the businesses that are going to benefit from this 0.5% reduction in the business privilege tax, we're talking about businesses that earn $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year. Businesses that earn $20 to $25 million a year. $100 million businesses, Mr. Speaker. And businesses that make more than that even. Businesses that can afford to pay for the privilege of doing business on our island. But what this bill does in granting this 0.5% reduction in the BPT is it impacts the students at Simon Sanchez. And I think some of my colleagues in here who are proposing that we not fund the debt service, which, my dear people of Guam, is needed for the construction of the new Simon Sanchez campus to begin. They need that $16.5 million to move forward. And my colleagues in here talked about how they want to cut. But if you read the bill, they say they want to cut, but they're handing the scissors to the governor under the guise of a very generous transfer authority. And say what you will about the judgment of our governor, but that governor will be in a position to transfer funds that this budget, from agencies that this budget cuts down to the bone. We have to listen carefully, my dear people of Guam, because while the opening of this bill talks about an increase for the Guam Department of Education, it's very slick in how that's communicated. Last fiscal year, we gave the Guam Department of Education $252 million, $256 million, and then we passed an additional $10 million appropriation in the supplemental budget bill. So while the opening statement said that we've increased the Guam Department of Education by $10 million, the simple fact is, my dear people of Guam, they're getting the exact same amount that they got last fiscal year. And some of my colleagues in here ran on improvements, not maintaining the status quo. And this budget bill isn't status quo, it's status quo negative. Because to cover this $40 million hole that will be created by granting the biggest of the biggest businesses on Guam a reduction in the BPT, how my colleagues propose to make up for that, not funding the home of the Sharks. After we've all been around to the Sharks family and promised them that that was our priority, now they want to put it even more on the back burner. Also,
Point of
Mr.
information,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of information, Senator Wings?
Those statements are blatantly false on their face. Over the weekend, I had confirmation from finance agencies as well as confirmation on what the public law says for Simon Sanchez. That is already in place to go to market the way it's written today. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, had we appropriated the $16.3 million for the last 2 fiscal years, there would be $32 million right now in an account for appropriation. And I can back that up with facts. So these blatant lies that my colleague is putting out there are a scare tactic, and they're a lie on their face.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue with the lies that are being offered by some of my colleagues in this body. So like I said, they're not funding Simon Sanchez's debt service obligation. They're reducing the amount of funds set aside to pay out tax refunds, even though they know that the Trump tax cuts means that our government will have to pay out more money in refunds. So they're jeopardizing your tax refunds. They don't want to put away money for the rainy day fund, even though we know that this business privilege tax reduction, combined with the impending Trump cuts, federal government cuts, coming in the next fiscal year, our rainy day could very well end up being a full-blown super typhoon, Mr. Speaker. There's no funding for the construction of a new prison, as our facility in Magaʹhågan is beyond bursting at the seams. And so while they call this bill a big, beautiful compromise, I beg to differ, Mr. Speaker. It's a big, beautiful disaster. It's a big, beautiful train wreck. And it comes at a time when we are anticipating that the federal government could very well cut off our legs. And in this bill, we're trying to cut off our own hands. Gifino hadza, ketu nadza, Mr. Speaker. We need to stabilize. We need to figure out where we're going beyond this fiscal year. And I don't think that we should jeopardize public services and create an artificial crisis to give the biggest of the biggest businesses on Guam a tax break when they've been very clear in communicating that this tax break for these businesses that earn $10, $20, $30 million, $40 million, $50 million, Mr. Speaker, $60 million businesses. They've been very clear that if they get this tax cut, this discount, it's not going to mean anything for the hardworking people of Guam. There will be no reduction in our costs. In fact, if it's anything like the last time we fiddled with it, prices are going to go up. And so when we talk about the priorities of this budget bill, Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues have put the biggest of the big businesses before the little people here on our island. As this bill is written, I cannot support it, Mr. Speaker, because again, we're putting the special interests before the delivery of critical public services. And they're going to be slick. They're going to rifle. They're going to defund your refund. They're going to zero out agencies. And Mr. Speaker, let me just share this with the people of Guam. Because a previous version of this bill, my hardworking government employees, do you know that this committee tried to freeze your increments? They tried to freeze your salary increments in a previous version of this bill. But it was the staff of these very senators who were proposing that leaked that information out to the public. And the hardworking government of Guam employees saw that, wait a minute, you want to give a $40 million tax break to the big businesses, but we cannot get our measly 3.5% salary increment that we deserve, that we get when we receive an outstanding rating? Thank God, Mr. Speaker, that their staff shared that with the GovGuam employees. And thank God, Mr. Speaker, that it was removed from the bill. Magaʹhågan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in objection to this big, beautiful disaster of a bill.
Thank you very much. On the motion, Senator from Tumuring, ma'am, you recognize? Senator Tyree.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon to my colleagues and those who are listening today. We're starting a big move here, the biggest responsibility of this body. And it would have been helpful, Mr. Speaker, if we had just a couple more days to weed some of the concerns out. But the bill is in front of us today, and hopefully some amendments will make some changes I feel that are very important. That's why I didn't vote. I did not vote to move the bill forward. I wanted that extra day. I thought it would be a good idea to speak to everybody and put in amendments in there on the floor that would actually help in securing funding for our community. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a big fan of lowering the BPT for military contracts. And there is nothing in this bill that provides an amendment to that fact. One of the biggest things that we all have to remember is that these military contracts that are awarded to these companies, large companies, are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And at the same time, it's not going to last. Maybe for another 7-8 years. There is nothing unconstitutional about military contracts that they don't get this reduction MPPT. In fact, these military contracts, the 5%, is not even paid by the contractor. It's paid by the military. Paid by the military. So I ask my colleagues as we deliberate on this budget bill that you consider that. Because if we're standing up here trying to help the struggling businesses in our community, the small businesses in our community, even the middle-class businesses in our community that are having a difficult time and wanting to leave island, well, they need to sustain as a business on this island for better schools, for their families to make sure their kids go to good schools. They need to ensure that the hospital is well equipped in case them or their employees get hurt or sick in any way. And they need to make sure they get to work without hitting every bump that ruins the axles in their car or breaks their tire, where they continue to have to buy new tires or fix the cars because our roads are so broken. I am seeking guidance legally to ensure that we're not segregating everyone. It's a privilege to do business on this island. So hopefully my colleagues will consider that, and especially those who are listening. I'm pretty sure they agree. What really upsetting too is the rainy day fund. I was told that it would be at least $10 million for the rainy day fund. Not put anything, we're going back to what it used to be when that rainy day fund was zeroed out. When I got in the 35th Guam Legislature, I fought and fought and fought. I asked the former appropriations chair, every budget bill, fighting to ensure that there's money for a rainy day fund. And I can tell you tons of reasons why we should have funding in there to help our people. Because like the previous speaker said, federal funds are depleting. But one thing that was so surprising is the 50% transfer authority for the governor. 50%. I don't agree to that. It's our responsibility. This is our responsibility to appropriate funds. So I asked my colleagues to reconsider that. She got 15% last year and the year before. And you can ask the former appropriations chairs how much of that transfer authority happened. Almost zero. Because you need the money to transfer, and it doesn't come all at one time when you need it. But why are we putting the onus on this governor whose track record does not spell very well? Mr. Speaker, if I may, I hear that the YouTube is going off and on, back and forth. I was just getting word that we are now currently off.
Continue, please.
We're offline?
We're good now?
We're good? Okay.
We're good now.
Okay, yeah. So I apologize who are listening out there. We're just having some technical difficulties. The YouTube is going off and on. Then we go into the cancer care. That's another area that I have been passionate about. And I'm sure every single one in this body has experienced someone, if not themselves, Mom, so far there's one here, but with cancer, a family member, and the cost associated with that has gone astronomically high. It's almost impossible. Families just give up because they can't afford it. We have been shortchanging the Cancer Care Foundation for Cancer Care Trust Fund for so many years. We have an opportunity to make them whole based on a law that was written directly for them. They're missing out $580,000 additional funding. those are some of my greatest concerns. Of course, I've talked to my colleagues about the medical examiner. And when we get into that situation, for the sake of time, you will hear what is actually going on with our medical examiner, and you're going to be appalled. We may have to go back to not having one on this island, meaning we will not be able to bury our loved ones like we used to, or able to, maybe months before we can have them buried. I have great concerns of this bill, and I'm hoping that my concerns are addressed during the deliberations. So I thank you for the opportunity to express them. And I appreciate all the hard work that was put into this as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On the motion. On the motion.
Mr.
On the
Speaker,
motion.
the YouTube is off. Can we
Okay.
take a 1-minute recess?
I'm looking at that. You're right. Let's take a 1-minute recess so we can try to reset this, okay? 1-minute recess. Yes. Okay, and let me go ahead and, before we go on, let me go ahead and explain to our viewing audience as to what is happening. The YouTube feed is intermittent. There is nothing that the legislature can do to control the YouTube feed. That is from the YouTube side. While that is occurring, although the GTA and the Docomo feed, live feeds, are on. So what will happen is if the YouTube feed goes off, one of the things that I would suggest to our listening or watching audience is to refresh and see whether it comes back on. If not, rest assured that it is being recorded in its entirety, and when YouTube starts to become stabilized, they will go ahead and rebroadcast what has been missing. Okay? Thank you very much. Senator Gumatautau, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to share my thoughts on Bill 44-38 as substituted on the floor. The fiscal year budget is one of our most important mandates. The Organic Act of Guam is explicit in our role in this process. Appropriations shall be made by the legislature. I rise to express my excitement for the new fiscal year budget process. I do appreciate the work of the chairman of the Committee on Government Finance and Operations to this point. I appreciate the work of the men and women of the agencies under the Committee on Public Safety, Emergency Management, and your Guam National Guard, who played a key role in this important process as well. This is a process, a series of actions or steps taken to achieve a particular end. With that said, Mr. Speaker, in recent days, I have seen a contrast in behavior in the lead up to today. We are a far cry from where this branch started in the first legislative session in March to this moment, and we shouldn't be. The end of this budgetary process will drive how the government of Guam will operate starting 51 days from now on October 1, 2025. More importantly, the end of the process will also facilitate actions from those served by our three branches of government. All eyes are on the Guam Congress building for a public policy that must be of help to every man, woman, and child at every level of this island society. Every taxpayer will be watching what we do today and in the few weeks ahead to prioritize their money for critical services impacting public education, safety, and healthcare. I ask the people of Guam to pray for me and for our colleagues, the men and women charged by the voters of Guam, to put together a responsible spending plan that is the culmination of hundreds of hours of preparation, public hearings, meetings, discussions, and research. That budget must consider the economic reality each of us face, including Guam's high cost of living, federal funding cuts, and a struggling tourism industry. The act making appropriations for the operations of the three branches of the government for fiscal year 2026 lays in front of us today. Our task is to review the budget presented to us and enact it into law with a vote of yea or nay. It will be a plan that has a purpose to allocate resources rationally. We will strive to make budgetary decisions that are cost-effective to yield the greatest benefit with the available resources. At least that is my commitment. Mr. Speaker, though not my first time working on a fiscal year budget of the government of Guam, I anticipate, though, in my first budget process in this particular role, that there will be major disagreements. I want to just say that what our people may see may be more of a political exercise than a planning one. Compromise must be our goal here and now. This process is our democratic government in motion. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. On the motion, good Senator from Momototomaiti, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this budget. The way it is framed now, it is a budget for the rich. where the wealthy get wealthier. And I cannot in good conscience support that. Guam right now lives in a tale of two economies. On the one hand, we have businesses, tourism spots, mom and pop stores that are struggling because of a lackluster recovery. But on the other end, there are people, businesses, off-island military industrial contractors who are raking in millions in federal dollars, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. I think it would be clear to see from everybody at home that they do not need to be treated the same. That the relief we give to the regular mom and pop stores should not be blanketly given to these companies that are making so much money it would make your head spin. Hundreds of millions of dollars in single companies. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible to do that, to cut services for the most vulnerable on our island, to give more money to the people who have the most. This body, in my time here, has never been shy about giving relief to people that need it. We have put more than $150 million in power credits, paused the liquid fuel tax, done leaps, agricultural subsidies after Mawar. We are willing to help the people that really need it. But this is not that. This is not that. And what is the cost to some of these proposals to achieve this 4.5%, this reduction in our tax revenue for the very rich? Do you remember what it was like in the 2000s? I remember what it was like then. I would come home to visit family. And my sister told me one time, hey, I'd love to go take you out to dinner. I think I might be getting my tax return in. And I'm like, oh, good for you. The one from this year? No, not the one from this year. The one from 3 years ago. I'm about to get my tax return from 3 years ago. And I was amazed. Because where I come from, we got it in a timely manner. Thank God we now live in a time where the courts have mandated it so that we get paid fairly. But this budget threatens to take us back into the dark ages when we would wait years for our tax returns just so that the very wealthy can pad their bottom line some more. We are going to put the hospital at risk by shorting the pharmaceutical fund. We are going to skimp out on our responsibility to Simon Sanchez and not pay the debt service. The hospital, the necessities for the hospital, pawn that off on somebody else. The prison, no consideration there. We, as a body, would be abdicating our responsibility to ensuring a proper budget by using these mechanisms of funny math, where we're going to give you 50% transfer authority so we can abdicate our responsibility to actually making hard choices. Members of this body want to have their cake and eat it too, where they want to cut the BPT, but they do not want to do the hard work of showing their work. They want to say, Governor, here's enough money for rent and your car payment, And in that money, you go figure out how to make groceries work. That's not a proper budget. It is an abdication of responsibility, and it is cowardice. If you want to make cuts, stand on your cuts. Back straight, chest stout. Say what you want to cut. Say what you want to rifle through. But these half measures, this budget cut cha-cha-cha, it's disgraceful. We as a body have a responsibility. We have one Super Bowl a year, and that is the budget. And we want to be cowards about it and not put our names on these cuts. We want to pass the buck to somebody else because we're too scared to do it ourselves. So no, I cannot accept this budget because to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, this budget has been shorted. Even if we were to have a status quo budget, it would not solve all the ills of our island. We need more revenue, not less. We have impending federal cuts. This budget wants to put in peril our rainy day fund at a time when the federal government wants to disband all of FEMA and make us pay a majority of the FEMA ourselves. Pay a majority of our recovery ourselves. And that does not seem like a responsible thing to do. It does not seem like a responsible time to employ this funny budgeting math. For 16 years, we have seen this body, this government, pass deficit budgets that put our hard-earned tax returns, our safety nets, in jeopardy. Also, the very rich can get richer. The very wealthy can get wealthier. There are even more cuts from the federal government coming that we have not even begun to truly understand. And we are cutting out our legs from under us before we even have an opportunity to debate these issues. This bill, as it stands right out the gate, is a non-starter. It is a non-starter for me. Should be a non-starter for the people at home. It should be a non-starter for the people of Guam because it abdicates responsibility and it does not do what it is supposed to do, which is a proper budget throughout the year where we allocate these things and we don't say, it's up to you to cut, Governor. We're just going to give you 50% transfer authority because we can't be bothered to do our jobs. I know many of you in this body ran on this idea of we're going to cut taxes for the rich. But there is a cost to that. That is a cost in services to the people of Guam, to safety nets, to tax returns, to things that keep the island running. And we want to slowly dismantle it with these irresponsible ideas. They think they could get rid of the spare tire of a vehicle now. But these cutting of corners will come back to bite us. If we are to pass this budget, the people of Guam will come back and we will hear the laments that this budget, that this government is not serving the people of Guam. And they would be right, because this budget would be serving the wealthy masters of this chamber. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to denounce this bill, to have some sanity, to have some courage, and pass a proper budget. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the motion, go ahead, ma'am. Go, Gentle Lady from Magaʹhågan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to register my objection to the substitute bill. First and foremost, it's fiscally irresponsible because it lays out a tax cut when we don't know the true impact it will have on the government. And our guess is that it will have a huge impact. And the amount that is listed in the different budgets within the government is not going to fund these agencies. And it's safe to say that there's going to be more furloughs and there'll be cuts in jobs. And not only that, it doesn't take into account the federal climate in which DOE is expected to be dismantled. DOE takes up a huge portion of the government's budget. And here we are going to cut first and foremost without taking any precautions or safeguards on the future of our island. It does not fund the hospital rebuild. It does not fund DOC rebuild. It does not fund Simon Sanchez rebuild. So what this bill does, it's going to leave our community in distress. I think we can work together on a sensible way forward, but not to cut across the board without taking into consideration our community's needs. Have we forgotten why we're here? Have we forgotten that our community is struggling? Let us be sensible and let us work a solution out that truly benefits our community. We need this rainy day fund, especially now. Especially now that we know the federal government is going to be cutting FEMA. This is an agency that we rely upon, especially Guam, which lies in the Typhoon Alley. And how did FEMA get $9 million? Where did they get that $9 million from to cover the loss, the lack of reimbursement by the federal government? So again, are we going to put our whole community in distress? All of us. The wealthy and the poor. It doesn't make sense. So I rise in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion to resolve into the committee of the whole, there has been an objection. Did you raise the objection? Okay. Is there an objection raised to resolve to the committee of the whole? No objection? No objection, so ordered. We stand in recess to resolve the committee of the whole.
The Committee of the Whole is called to order. Colleagues, materials for the Committee of the Whole are in the shared session Google Drive folder labeled Committee of the Whole. Proposed amendments must be submitted in writing to the clerk via email to session@guamlegislature.gov. Rules of engagement. There will be 2 rounds of discussion on Chapter 1 relative to the adoption of revenues with the panelists. We will have 2 rounds of questions for the panel with each senator allotted 10 minutes for questions, not including responses. Please be reminded that if you yield your time to one person, you may yield only that time to that person, and that was the only person that's going to be allowed to speak on that yielded time. You will have forfeited all of your time. After the completion of 2 rounds of questions, panelists will be excused. As a reminder, amendments will not be entertained until after the panelists are dismissed. 3rd round is for amendments or comments and speaking on the chapter of the bill. Amendments not submitted in writing to the clerk and uploaded to the Google Drive folder prior to the start of the chapter or section will be called out of order. Only amendments received before the start of the chapter or section will be addressed in the order that is received. The chairman will ask if there are any questions or comments on the section or chapter, and if none, we will declare that section or chapter completed. If a request is made to bookmark part of the bill, the bookmark section will only be entertained up to the chapter, and it's responsibility for requesting senator to ensure that the bookmark is addressed. Should the discussion or amendments of that chapter be completed, the bookmark is then retired or without being addressed, my colleagues. I will continuously remind you of the bookmark before we get to the end of the chapter. Senators who wish to increase an appropriation to an agency or department must identify the funding source and provide for an explanation of the impacts for both the receiving agency and the defunded agency. After we complete discussion on the bill, I will then close. I will make a motion for the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, followed by a motion to rise from the Committee of the Whole, at which time I will report the bill out as recommended by the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. So now, Bill 4438 CR as substituted on the floor, introduced by Committee on Rules by request of Magaʹhågan Guåhan, the Governor of Guam, in accordance with the Organic Act, an act making appropriations for the operations of the executive branch of the Government of Guam for fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, making other appropriations and establishing miscellaneous and administrative provisions. Now I'll call on the guests that we're going to be coming in to provide testimony. We have invited, of course, the Department of Administration, the fiscal team from the Governor's Office, and the Office of Finance and Budget to come to make their presentations. At this time, I'll recess to call them in.
Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Lai.
So I appreciate the rules, and if just 2 clarifications. One, when you said 2 rounds with the panel, 10 minutes?
Correct.
Is that 10 minutes per round?
It's 10 minutes per round, correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the amendments on the 3rd round, on this first chapter,
Correct.
are we going to have this panel throughout all the chapters?
We will have OFB. I don't believe we're going to have
Okay.
the administration
So,
or fiscal team.
On the first chapter, instead of submitting our amendments before the chapter, because we won't have had the opportunity to question the panel at all, could we submit our amendments prior to the start of the 3rd round, just for the first chapter? For all other chapters, they will be submitted before the chapter begins, if we can.
No, this is actually before the chapter ends. That's what the rules are.
Oh, before the...
So basically, once the chapter ends, that shuts it down. So you can be putting in amendments all the time on the first 2 rounds, but once we actually go to amendments and we go to discussion on the bill, all amendments must be in.
Okay, so safely
So
we can
you had
put...
thoroughly questioned
Okay,
for the 2 rounds,
Yes.
both the fiscal team and OFB, fiscal team from the Governor's Office, and during that time, you must submit all of your amendments
Okay.
as you're on those 2 rounds. Once the 2nd round is done, we'll close and we'll have the amendment section,
All right.
which would be the 3rd. So you got all that time while
Okay,
the
thank
questions
you.
are
I
answered.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Senator Tadic.
That's exactly the question I had on the amendments. Thank you.
Sure.
It was answered. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. So just to be very clear, once we actually start the 3rd round, that will mean that there are no amendments left to be placed. That will close it out.
I do have one.
Yes, Senator.
With regards to bookmarking,
Yes.
okay, if we have a bookmark on something, do we have to have the amendment for that chapter already?
If you bookmark anything in that chapter, you have to bookmark specifically. So if you have an amendment that is going to be proffered perhaps later on in the deliberations on the bill, that you have to have made sure that you bookmark that section. Because when we go back to the chapter, we're not going to go back to the chapter to redo the entire chapter.
So we
That's
don't
already
have to
been
have
closed.
we don't have to have the amendment ready. We just bookmark it.
That's
and then
correct.
when we get to the part that we are making the changings, maybe in chapter 5 or
That's
something,
correct.
then we have to have the amendment there on
Right.
the third round, and then we can go back to make the adjustment on that
But we
first one.
will only come back to the chapter that you had bookmarked, the
Right,
section,
right,
excuse
right.
me.
Okay.
We will not be debating the entire chapter. We will only come back to what you bookmark. If you're going to bookmark revenues, bookmark revenues. And when we come back to it, that's all you're going to address. We're not going to do a Wild Wild West in the chapter. We've already disposed of that chapter. So those who are making bookmarks in the chapter, you must bookmark the section that you're intending to amend. You don't have to have the amendment prepared, but you have to have that section marked so that when we come back to it, that's all we're going to address. Senator Snogstein.
Simple question. In each chapter, if you bookmark, then you're going to do the amendment. I understand that. Am I
Correct.
correct? But at the end, after the 2 rounds, the third round is specifically to amendment throughout the bill. Am I correct?
Correct. So the thing is that if you may have an amendment in another section that affects that section, then if you bookmark it, we'll come back to that so that you can proffer that amendment. But if you have not bookmarked that chapter, your amendment that may affect the chapter that we are closing out will not be entertained if you do not bookmark that section.
No, I understand that. But when you bookmark, that means before we end that chapter, that bookmark has to be addressed. Am I correct?
If we end the chapter and clear everything, but you've bookmarked, if we get in, as long as you bookmarked it, if we're in another section of the budget, you can come back to it, but only for that section.
Okay, so in other words, I can go through every chapter and request for a bookmark at every chapter so that on the third round, I can do my amendments that will cover everything.
Correct, but
Okay, that's all I need to
so
know.
make sure you bookmark the section that you intend to amend.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will be. Thank you.
Fine. Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes,
Thank you.
ranking member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to ask, just based on an early inquiry about the panel that's going to be with you up there. I understand that you said that the Department of Administration, BBMR, and the governor's office, that they were only going to be around for chapter 1, and I was under the impression that all the chapters, there may be a specific question as we work the 2 rounds before the amendments that we could ask them or inquire of them or just have them justify. But so I'm asking that all the panel members that should be up there, that should be here for budget, working with the intent of what, to answer the questions that we have, that they be here during that time. So maybe just a clarification from you, because you said that it was just for the revenues. And I wanted to make sure.
So what we normally do is we release the panel when we're going to be making amendments in revenues, correct. But we will have OFB available, that's traditional, because this is our body, and we will be able to, in case there's any additional questions. But traditionally, we allow, but if you would like the administration to stay as well, certainly, we'll have them stay.
I just want to make sure, because as we're asking the questions, Mr. Chair, there will be a lot of questions to, like Department of Administration, Mr. Ed Byrne or Lester Carson, who's with BBMR. So I just want to make sure that they're either out in the hallways or something, that if there's a question that comes up after the fact on the revenues, that they'll be able to be here to answer them. Why call a recess and call them up again? I'm just wanting to make sure.
Senator, we will take that under advisement. We will discuss that with the fiscal team. But your amendments should be prepared based on the testimony on the first 2 rounds. And
That's what I'm saying.
clarifying any revenue issues or things could be handled by OFB. But certainly, we'll take it under advisement, and we'll inform the fiscal team to stay put here for the 3rd round.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that if there's
Good
anything
enough.
that comes up. Thank you,
You're very
sir.
sure. Thank you. Ranking member, thank you. Senator Chris Barnett.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the bookmarking, because I didn't hear, are we going to complete all the chapters and then go back to all the bookmarks?
That's the plan.
Thank you.
This time we stand in recess to bring in the panel. Committee of the Whole is back in order. At this time, I'd like to have the panel members who are here. First of all, I'm going to ask for the two directors to introduce the panel members that they've brought with them today. And subsequent to that, I'm going to have everybody rise to be sworn in, and then we will proceed with the presentation. So, Mr. Guerrero, please introduce your assistant.
Yes, to the left of me, I have Vanessa Valencia. She is my chief budget analyst.
Thank you, Director Guerrero. And for the Director of BBMR, Lester Carlson, please introduce your team.
Thank you, Senator. To my right is Edward Byrne from DOA, Stephanie Flores from the Guam State Clearinghouse, Marie Lazama from Rev Tax, and Carolyn Rivera from Rev Tax.
Sidus Masi to both of the directors at OFB and BBMR. So at this time, I'd like to ask all of you to please rise and be sworn in by the Sergeant at Arms.
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Sidus Masi to our Sergeant at Arms. So at this time, I will go straight to our OFB Director, Steve Guerrero, to make his opening statement. And then also I understand that we will have a presentation from Office of Finance and Budget on the overall budget. So with that, Mr. Guerrero, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I just want to maybe advise the body and the public out there, excuse my voice. For some odd reason, I think I'm losing it. I don't know if it's the good time to lose it or what. I'm incurring some problems with my voice now. But anyway, I'll go ahead and start. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations and Appropriations, Senator, panel colleagues, and to all those watching the budget session. My name is Stephen Joseph Guerrero, Director of Office of Finance and Budget. I and the OFB staff are here today to present Bill 44, COR, as substituted by the Committee of Finance and Government Operations, which is referred to as the FY2026 budget bill. I would like to first start out with the FY2026 projected revenues and how they're formulated and derived. Historically, methods used to determine government revenues involve using historical data, current trends, tracking of monthly revenues, economic conditions, federal tax provisions, tourism, military activities, and other pertinent financial indicators. Projected levels for each revenue categories may include some, part, or all of the methods mentioned. Adjustments were made to revenue categories to account for anomalies and or recurring events not normally included in projecting government revenues. The methods used to project FY2026 revenues were a combination of some of the methods stated and considerations such as historical data, current trends, tracking of monthly revenues and economic conditions, federal tax provisions, tourism, federally funded military contracts, and current regional events. Since the beginning of FY22, revenue collections in the general fund major categories exceeded projected revenues and has continued to exceed revenue projection for the past 3 years. These excess revenue funds provided the government with the opportunity to address and fund many vital concerns and issues through appropriations that were not included in past annual budgets. The receipt of millions of dollars in federal assistance money, such as the American Rescue Plan, funds also contributed to the financial stability of the government during this period and is expected to continue over the next year when such funds are set to expire and must completely be expended. For fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2024, the annual average excess revenue collection was about $149 million. Revenue collections for FY25 also is anticipated to be another year in revenue collection beyond revenue projected estimates. However, although current revenue tracking as of June 2025 consolidated revenue expenditure report, or the CRER report, to the end of the fiscal year reflects an increase over the FY25 revenue estimates, the projected collected amount is approximately 62% less than what was collected last fiscal year based on the FY24 CR report as of September 30th, 2024. The FY2024 CR reported as of September 30th, 2024 reflects a total of $149.4 million in general fund balance over the FY24 adopted general fund revenue. The FY25 CR report as of June 30th, 2025 projects revenues to the year end for the general fund of $56.7 million. This results in a $92.7 million or a 62% decrease, as mentioned earlier, over the FY24 revenue collections. While it is important to note that these are unaudited figures, the information is utilized in the development of the FY26 revenue projections. Current year-end projection has the general fund collecting exceeding FY25 adopted revenues, mainly in two major categories, namely income taxes and business privilege tax. For individual tax, $6.2 million, corporate tax, $15.8 million, and withholding tax of $22.7 million, totaling $44.7 million, is anticipated to exceed the FY25 adopted levels. For FY24, and based on the categories just mentioned, $20.4 million, $22.2 million, and $35.4 million for these categories respectively, total $78 million was collected above adopted revenues. These variants, although still above adopted revenue levels for FY25, represent a total decrease of $33.3 million over the FY24 tax collection. Revenues collection for business privilege tax reflects a modest $11.6 million increase over FY25 adopted revenues in comparison to the previous year collection. FY2024 CR report BPT recorded $63.4 million over adopted revenue levels, but a decrease of $51.8 million in comparison to the current year revenue tracking. For FY26, the bill proposes a 0.5% of 1% reduction to the current BBT tax rate. The current BB tax rate is 5%. This provision will reduce the rate to 4.5% beginning FY26. The adjustment rate equates to about $41 million. Note, pursuant to subsection 26208, Article 2, Chapter 26, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, 6.19% of the business privilege tax is automatically appropriated to the GMH Pharmaceutical Fund and not available for general government operations. The projected amount for federal income tax collection Section 30 funds is at $79.7 million for FY26, which reflects a 3.3 increase over the FY2025 level of $76.4 million. These four categories represent approximately 97% of the total general fund revenues. The remaining 3% is shared by revenues collected in 5 other categories, totaling $17.6 million. For FY2026, a total of $143,690,874 is set aside for gross provision for tax refunds. This amount aligns with the total average amount for tax refunds and interest paid over the past 2 years of $143 million and what is projected to be paid on in FY24 tax refunds of $144 million. For the 36 special funds reflected in the budget bill, 17 funds are tracking above projected FY25 adopted revenue levels, and 19 funds are tracking lower than adopted revenue levels. Special funds experiencing positive revenue tracking is the Guam Highway Fund and the Solid Waste Operation Fund at $2.9 million and $2.3 million respectively. Based on the positive tracking and the amounts collected, both funds receive a moderate increase for FY26. Unfortunately, this positive revenue outlook cannot be said for the Tourist Attraction Fund as it has incurred the biggest reduction in the FY26 special fund category. However, with the proposed plan for airline incentive programs aimed at supporting tourism recovery and the growth and the reduction of the BBT to help sustain the island's tourism will help sustain the island's tourists and local businesses. TAF revenues are projected to increase in FY26. All other special funds have been adjusted to reflect current tracking collections for FY26 revenue estimates. In summary, Bill 44-ACOR, as substituted, supports and reflects the projected revenues for both the general fund and special fund as reflected in the FY26 executive budget request, EBR, with the exception of two categories. In the general fund, there is about a $7,014,994 decrease in the withholding tax category and $1,654,488 increase in the special fund under the Solid Waste Operation Fund. In closing, I believe the proposed FY26 projected government revenues are attainable and supported based on historical revenue trends, current economic conditions, and the revitalization of our tourist industry, and the continued presence of the military ability to provide the necessary foundation for the island to maintain financial and economic growth and stability now and in the future. A detailed presentation of the FY26 revenues projection will be presented in a PowerPoint presented shortly. I and the OFB staff are available to answer questions you may have regarding Bill 4430-ACOR as substituted on the floor by the Committee of Finance of Government Operations. Thank you.
Sujusmasi, Director Steve Guerrero, and I understand now we'll be requesting the PowerPoint presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. In the past, we've received a spreadsheet that shows the variances and the difference on the budget bill compared to FY25 as well as comparable to something, other areas. But I haven't received a spreadsheet, that updated one. Can you provide that spreadsheet to us, the same one that OFB is explaining to us so that we can follow along with those numbers? Was there a spreadsheet issued out to everyone?
I'll defer to Director Guerrero. What I believe I put that on our...
Is it on the drive or something?
We'll take a 1-minute recess to actually pass out the copy that will be presented by OFB. We're in recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. The spreadsheets have been passed out, so I'm going to recognize OFB now for their presentation.
Okay, we have a presentation, the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget and allocation review by the Office of Finance and Budget. Next slide. We have the overview of the revenue summary. First, we have the general fund revenue available for appropriation at $942,376,702, which is at 69.76% of the revenues. Then we have special fund at $210,258,537 at 15.56% of the revenues. And then we have the federal matching grants and aid, $198,280,311 at 14.68%.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, are we going to get a copy of the PowerPoint? We only got like 3 pages of a spreadsheet.
Yeah,
but
so
not
Senator,
this
that's the
PowerPoint.
summary, and so it's a summary of what they're presenting in the PowerPoint.
We always get a copy of the PowerPoint. Is there any problem with getting a copy with it so we can make notes?
Yeah, OFB has no issues with that. We're in recess to produce copies of the PowerPoint. Legislature's back in session, and the PowerPoint has been distributed at this point, and so we will now continue with OFB. Please go ahead and start from the top, OFB.
If you could begin from the beginning of the PowerPoint. Okay. So this presentation is for the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget and allocation overview by the Office of Finance and Budget. Next slide. We have the revenue summary. So for general fund revenue available for appropriation is at $942,376,702, which is 69.76% of the revenues. Then we have special funds at $210,258,537 at 15.56%. Federal matching grants and aid is at $198,280,311 at 14.68, which gives a grand total of $1,350,915,550 for FY2026. Next slide. We'll begin with the FY2026 General Fund OFB recommended level. First category will be the income taxes. Individual income tax for this current year is at $105.5 million. The executive budget request for FY26 is at $102.5, and then OFB agrees at $102.5 million as well. Next, we have corporate income tax. This current year is at $105 million. FY2026 executive request is at $116 million, and then OFB proposes also at $116 million. Withholding interest and penalties we have for this current year is at $297 million. Executive budget request is at $315 million, and then OFB is at $308 million. With the total of, for current year, is at $508 million, executive budget request at $534 million, and OFB at $527 million. Next category is business privilege taxes. We have BBT for this year at $390 million, EBR at $409 million, and then OFB at $368 million. Other taxes, we have $9.2 million, at EBR at 7.9, and then OFB also at 7.9, which gives a total of business privilege tax at $400 million. For this current level, EBR at $417 million, and then OFB at $376 million. Next category is federal sources. We have Section 30 at $76 million for this current year, EBR at $79 million, and OFB also at $79 million. We have immigration fees for this current year at $1.3 million, EBR at $1.6 million, and OFB also at $1.6 million, which gives a total of $77 million for this year, EBR at $81 million, and also OFB at $81. Next category, use of money and property, which is at 2.6 for this current year, then EBR at $2 million, and OFB also at $2 million. License fees and permits, $4.4 million for this year, 4.5 for executive budget requests, and OFB at 4.9 or 4.5. Department charges is at this current year is $1.1 million. For executive budget request 1.3, and OFB proposes at also at 1.3. Also, it should be noted that the spreadsheet that we handed out to the body that has the general fund revenues, the orange highlighted are the totals here that I'm reading out if you can't find it out. And then now I go to the total for the available for appropriation. The total gross revenues is at for this current year is at $994 million. And then for the executive budget request is at $1,041, and then the OFB proposed is at $993 million. So we read the less subsidies, which we go on to the next slide though, but it's at negative $69 million for this year, $74 million for executive budget request, and then about $50 million for OFB proposed. And then we have the 2% rainy day reserve, which for current year is at $18 million. For the executive budget request is at $19 million. And then OFB level is zeroed out, which gives a total of the general fund available appropriation for this current year is at $906 million. The executive budget request at $947 million, and then OFB is at $942 million. Next slide. Next slide is the FY2026 general fund subsidies. If we go for the provision for tax refunds, so for the gross provision for tax refunds, we start off with that negative $175 million for this current year. For the executive budget request is $164 million, and then at OFB is at $143 million. Then the earned income tax credit for this year is $57 million, executive budget request at $57 million, and then OFB proposed also at, 53, and then OFB also at $53 million. Child tax credit receipts is 0 for this current year, and then for the executive budget request is at $39 million, and then OFB also at $39 million. Additional child tax credits at $74 million for this current year, EBR at $24 million, and then OFB also at $24 million, which gives the total general fund provision for tax refund payments for this year at $44 million, executive budget request at $46, and then OFB at $25 million. Next, we have the GMH Pharmaceutical Fund, which is for this year is at $24 million. Executive budget request is at $25, and then due to the corresponding decrease in BBT, OFB has $22 million. Then we have the tax credits. For the Tizen Gym, across the board is at $250,000. For the GMHA medical supplies, which is new, it's for EBR and OFB at $1 million. The tax credit of the Guam Tennis Federation, $300,000 across the board. Guam National Youth Football Federation, $500,000 across the board. And then the youth tax credit for the Guam National Youth Football, it is zeroed out for this year, and then for EBR and OFB, it's at $300,000. Then we consider the Better Public Service. For this year, it's $440,000. EBR is $459,000, and also OFB at $459,000, which is a total of the other subsidies at $25 million for this year, $28 million for EBR, and $25 million for OFB, which is the total subsidies at $69 million for for this year, and then $74 million for EBR, and $50 million for OFB proposed. Next slide. Now we show the FY2026 general fund allocation. For public education, we have 35% using the general fund. Do you want to read the numbers at the bottom? I'll just do it. $327 million. And then protection, life, and property, $17 million, which is at $160 million. General government, 14% at $133 million. The reserve amount is $113 million. Public health, $100 million at 11%. Debt service is 9% at $83 million. Economic development, $7 million at 1%. Individual collective rights, $8 million at 1%. Recreation is 0.49%, which is $4 million. Community service is 0.25% at $2 million. Next slide. These are the agencies that are included that are under the reserve amount that we considered for the budget. It should be noted that in the EBR, there were other agencies added here, including public education, but we moved that to go better for an allocation for public education. So these are the reserves that we considered. Ilis-Centurion Guåhan, Office of Finance and Budget, Unified Judiciary of Guam, Public Defender Services Corporation, Alternate Public Defender, Mayor's Council of Guam, Office of Public Accountability, Office of the Attorney General, Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Board of Accountancy, Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. Next slide. So now we have the FY2026 Special Fund Summary. These are the main major special fund categories that we will discuss, and then the totals in the bottom. However, we did provide you the listing of all the special funds. First, we have Healthy Future Funds. This year at $24 million, the executive budget request at $23 million, and then OFB also agreed at $23 million. Guam Educational Facilities Fund, this year at $35 million, executive budget request at $35 million, and OFB also agreeing at $35 million. Guam Highway Fund, $10 million for this year, $11 million for the executive budget request, and OFB also at $11 million. Solid Waste, this year at $22 million, EBR at $21 million, and OFB at slightly higher at $23 million. GMHA Pharmaceutical Fund at $24 million for this year, EBR at $25, and OFB at $22 million. Tourist Attraction Fund, $35 million for this year, executive budget request at $33, and then OFB also at $33. School lunch reimbursement, which is across the board at $12 million. Customs and quarantine, we have it at, for this year at $7 million, executive budget request also at, or 7.8 for this year, 7.6 for executive budget request, and OFB also at 7.6. And then the culmination of the other special funds, for this year it would be $39.7 million, executive budget request would be $39.6, and OFB also at $39.6, which gives the total for this year for special funds is at $212 million, executive budget request at $211 million, and OFB at $210 million. Next slide. We have the FY2026 special fund allocation. So general government is 30% at $62 million, public health at $20 million at $41, public education at 19% at $40 million, reserves 14% at $28 million, protection of life and property $9 million at $17 million, debt service 4% at $8 million, community service $2 million at $3 million, individual and collective rights $2 million at $3 million. Oh, I'm sorry. 2% at $3 million, sorry about that. Economic development 1%, and that $1 million, and recreation 0.39%, which is $130,000. Next slide. Oh, 830,000, sorry about that. Next slide. Okay, that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Chidus Masi to OFB, and of course the questions will come after we now allow for the fiscal team from the governor's office to make their presentation. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Lester Carlson. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Just a point of information. In fiscal 24, we had revenues that were $94 million less than this current year. So when we submitted the executive budget request for this fiscal year, the executive budget request was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 42 million over the prior fiscal year. When we deliberated on the budget for this year, the legislature added another 45 million. So the difference between the FY24 budget and FY25 budget, just general funds, like $95 million. So remember, we had excess revenue collections of 149 million in the prior fiscal year. Well, this body took up the slack and appropriated $95 million. So now we're tracking at 50 million, which kind of makes sense, because you took up the slack in this fiscal year. We suggested 40-some, you guys added another 45. So when the statement is made that we're not tracking like we did last year, well, it's pretty obvious why. The body understood the revenue conditions and appropriated general fund monies, in close to 100 million for all intents and purposes, more than fiscal 24. So the fact that we're still tracking over $50 million gross is a testament to the strength of the economy and also to, the legislature's foresight in being able to understand that there's like fruit to be picked. We might as well take that low-hanging fruit and appropriate it. So that continues to be something that I would hope everybody here understands. It's not that revenue collection has slowed, it's just that the body made a conscious effort to take up the slack and not have it result in excess revenues, but have it as appropriated revenues. I'm going to just go through a couple of things here on the handout that I think everybody has by this time. I conferred with OFB earlier. The intent is to continue the gas tax relief. So you see that the revenue for the Guam Highway Fund is at a level consistent with the executive budget request, but there isn't any language in the substitute bill that actually authorizes the continuation of the gas tax relief. So we agree that it's the intent. We just need the body to understand that the language that allows for that needs to be included in the bill. Point number one, thankfully, when the substitute version of the bill was uploaded today at a little bit after 12, these imbalances have been corrected. So the imbalance of $1,050,000 has been addressed, so that's not an issue anymore. Number one, yes. So number two, there were many statements that were made prior to the convening of the Committee of the Whole about the BPT rollback. And we concur with the statements that oppose the rollback. We have attached an exhibit in the back of what we provided to you guys. And just to cut to the chase here, in this section here, it basically says that 87%, or roughly 13,425 of the BPT taxpayers are currently BPT exempt or only paying 3%. So only 13%, or roughly 2,000 BPT taxpayers, will potentially benefit from a rollback, of which 680 of these taxpayers are making over $2 million in gross annual income. That was a point that was made by a couple senators prior to coming in, and we've given you some information to support that position. And then on the bottom, basically rolling back the BPT from 5 to 4.5% will only benefit about 12% of BPT taxpayers, and of the 39.6 million in the reduction of the BPT as a result of the 0.5% rollback, 34.7 million, or about 88% of these, this is coming from businesses making over $2 million. So the bulk of the relief will be provided to these people, which is, again, a consistent theme for senators who spoke against the BPT rollback prior to convening the Committee of the Whole. So that is the position of the administration, and you guys made my life a little bit easier by stating that fact before we came up here, and I thank you for that. Going back to the letter, if you could call it that, I'll be at number 3 now. There was also some opposition to the suspension of the rainy day fund. We agree that it's not appropriate. We took a look at the statute, and we took the last 3 years of the average general fund expenditures, including excess revenues that were appropriated, and we haven't met that threshold. That threshold is about $95 million, which should be the cap for the rainy day fund. We're not there yet. We're at 65? 65 million. And there's nothing wrong with putting money in the rainy day fund, as was stated before the committee of the whole convened. It just makes prudent sense to do that. A part of our collective return to investment grade ratings in our GO bonds had a lot to do with the foresight in being able to take, after the deficit was eliminated, put money into the rainy day fund, put money away for, things that seem to happen a little bit more frequently in our life, but that we need to be prepared for. So, two things on the rainy day fund. Statutorily, we don't believe that we've reached the cap to a point to where we can suspend it. It just makes prudent fiscal sense to continue it. The withholding tax, our levels as OFB presented, they differ by $7 million. We are currently tracking the latest CRER, $330 million for this fiscal year in withholding taxes. We're only asking for $315 million, OFB's at 308. That is probably the easiest decision that we have to make today. We're already tracking in this fiscal year well above what we're asking for next fiscal year. When we provided information to the body for the rollback of BPT, we went on to show you from FY2019 how strong and how withholding taxes have continued to grow. We also provided economic data, employment data. We gave you military contract data, and as Senator Teitig mentioned, there's going to be a very, very strong military buildup for at least the next 8 years. So the withholding tax has been as I said, when we had the public hearing for Bill 11, the steady eddy of our general fund. It doesn't make any sense to take a look at what we're tracking and then all of a sudden, take 22 million off of that to come to 308. We really believe that 315 is thoroughly achievable. It helps with what it is that you're faced with, because you're looking at adopting a revenue level for withholding that's above the amount in the substitute bill. That can only be beneficial to taking care of the needs that many of you guys already articulated prior to the convening of the Committee of the Whole. When we had the Special Economic Service meeting, there was a discussion about where we were with the provision for income tax refunds at $175 million and what we were actually paying. So at the time, it sounded like, okay, maybe we could take a look at, reducing that amount to be able to, be at a point to where we're taking care of income tax requirements, not underfunding it, but getting to that sweet spot. Well, it sounded like a good thing to investigate, so I think my comments at the SES were, oh yeah, we should take a look at that. Well, we did take a look at it, and the big, beautiful bill is going to provide for an increase in the standard deduction for single filers and joint filers, married couples. We estimate that just that permanent standard deduction is going to require a minimum of $8 million more for the provision of income tax refunds, because it's going to be effective on earnings in this calendar year. So this budget has to make the funds available so that when people start filing for their income tax refunds in the first quarter of next year, we have funds sufficient. So you can't just take what it is that we've historically paid and said, no, let's reduce it because that's what we've historically paid. You need to interject the big, beautiful bill's impact. And that impact just for that standard deduction clause is $8 million. And Mr. Byrne, do you have a number for corporate?
An estimate of the corporate reduction in expected taxes is about 10 million.
It almost mitigates the entirety of the reduction that is presented here. And again, when we were talking about this, we're still running the impacts of the big, beautiful bill, but we're very certain what it is that we believe the higher standard deduction impact is going to be. And it's going to result in more income tax refunds to people that would ordinarily get a little less because of the increase. So we do have to bear that in mind. And when you take the two numbers, put them together, it almost mitigates the entire reduction that is being proffered here in OFB's bill. Next thing is on number 6, we have a list of major reductions contained in the substitute bill. As mentioned by OFB, GMH is going to take a hit of because of it's still going to be less by 6.7 from the EBR request, and that factors in the 5.2 million from the FY23 excess collections that's being offered in this bill, which, by the way, we support any FY23 excess collection appropriations, one to GMH and the other one to, I forget what the other one was, but we're okay with that. I think it was GVB. Yeah. So we're okay with that. So we're on the record as saying we're okay with that. But then you see that we have concerns with the reduction from the EBR for retiree medical dental life insurance. And, you know, we do take the time when we're doing the governor's budget request to refresh these numbers, talk to the retirement fund. You know, Mr. Byrne and I both sit on the Gov Guam health insurance negotiating team, so we kind of understand what it is that the retiree and their dependents medical dental life insurance costs. And we give you a good estimate in January. And right now, we're at about 43 million. And that's June numbers. So we still got July, August, and September for retiree medical dental life costs that we have to be able to cover. So the amount being reduced is inconsistent with what it is we believe the actual payment's going to be. The supplemental annuity benefits, it's 1.5 million less than the executive budget request. That might be okay because, there are reductions in this class, through their death. Well, because once they're gone, there's no survivor clause. So there has been, a reduced amount of people in this category. So we could probably live with that. But, residential treatment fund, that reduction is not consistent with what it is that we're seeing as far as bills and obligations from the residential treatment fund. Taking out the DOC modernization appropriation entirely, that's just trouble. We've been staving off the Bureau of Prisons for a long time. We haven't made any meaningful advances in getting the DOC upgraded and modernized. Thankfully, the body went ahead and allowed for DOC to use this money as necessary for operations to help subsidize their needs up there. But having it taken out entirely, we don't agree at all with that. It's almost like saying, 86, the whole modernization. It just like we had 3 years of planning and funding, and then all of a sudden we're just going to like throw it out the window. It doesn't make any sense. Similarly, the DOC GMHA consolidated agreement for medical care of inmates. That's a long-standing commitment that this body has funded to be able to take care to a degree, not to its entirety, the clinical services that are performed at DOC, which is something totally different from when an inmate goes into GMH. Because once they're at GMH, that's a different contractual obligation outside of this consolidated agreement. So there just needs to be, a better understanding of the need to keep these funded at a level that makes sense. Mr. Burns sitting next to me, DOAs, their operation in the EBR, it's $1.7 million less in the substitute bill, but it's the same amount in FY25. So, I mean, he's got a status quo budget as presented by OFB, but it's, $1.7 million less than what it was that we proposed his funding level be. Same thing with Veterans Affairs. It's $261,000, but there's been a lot of attention to Veterans Affairs lately, and reducing the amount for the Veterans Affairs Department doesn't seem like it's there's a commitment to continue to help our veterans. I'm not sure what the rationale is there. Public health, we're going to go into a little bit more detail, but the $1.8 million reduction, it has, I'll just jump to it. It has a federal match impact of $14 million. So that $1.8 million local match translates into $14.7 million of federal matching funds for the programs that are listed in that box below. So it really behooves the body to restore that funding because of the drastic cut in the federal match that we would be losing if we went ahead and continued and kept that $1.8 million unavailable to public health. Behavioral health, again, $633,000 less. DISIT, $453,000 less. And I know the body passed a measure specifically for behavioral health and DISIT, and it was if the revenues hit a certain mark in the first quarter of this fiscal year, then funding would be made available to DISIT and behavioral health. So there's a recognition from the body that they need supplemental funding. Yet the accounts are set up. Behavioral health is availing of these funds that were made available, and then it's like, okay, we're going to give it to you, but then we're going to take it away. It's not real good fiscal policy, to be honest with you. Number 7, I went over already, that's showing what the local match reduction, how the federal match is seriously and adversely affected. The Speaker wrote to the governor recently asking for her to use her transfer authority to help the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And that funding request was a very, it was a dire emergency request, especially when it comes to the chiller for the morgue, and the request for additional staffing. So we did a projection, we made the money available, as requested. We didn't have to use the governor's transfer authority because the budget for the chief medical examiner was sufficient to be able to handle, I think the requisitions for the chiller was in the neighborhood of 71 million. And if they were to bring on the 2 additional employees, we factored in the lag and being able to get them on board, just going through the HR process. So in 25, we could do it. But we let the speaker know that the cumulative effect was $256,000 in FY26. I don't see an increase in the chief medical examiner's budget for FY26 commensurate with what it is that we agreed to help with. And again, we didn't have to use the governor's transfer authority. They had the wherewithal to be able to do what it is that was requested. So, but we're going to need $256,000 more to be able to take care of the additional employees that are direly needed. There's no discussion about that. And the repairs to the facilities, especially for the chillers for the morgue. Number 9, we're just asking that the FY23 excess revenues, the language be changed not to an authorization but to an appropriation. We feel that's the better, more legally appropriate verbiage to use. An authorization, basically, there's no funding behind it. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in agreement that there is sufficient FY23 funds to be able to take care of the $15.2 million that this budget bill does seek, and we're okay with that. The governor's transfer authority. We haven't used the governor's transfer authority since FY21. I have talked to you guys on a number of occasions about how we try to take into account the spend down, the quarterly allotments, the 15% reserve, which, again, I'll say it for the record, if anybody needs that 15%, they can have it's readily accessible. We just haven't been in a position to where, and it's just good, prudent fiscal management coupled by the body appropriating enough funds for these departments to operate such that we don't have to use the governor's transfer authority. So, you know, you guys have even gone ahead in the last few fiscal years and appropriated excess revenues to meet operational requirements for certain agencies. So when a need arises outside of the power credits that, you know, took a lot of our excess revenues, but I think it went right back to our residents, and I think everybody was happy, you know, to get something back. But you guys have been very attentive to the needs. So we haven't had to use the transfer authority. And giving her 3 autonomous agency funding requests to address it using her transfer authority, it's kind of outside what the transfer authority was designed to do. It was supposed to take executive branch general fund appropriations. We can't use DOE. We can't use the reserve agencies as they were identified by OFB. It can only come from the executive branch agencies where she can transfer monies. But, you know, when you use that word notwithstanding, you know, we can do pretty much anything, but that anything is helping other autonomous agencies. And, you know, one of those agencies is the airport. And we've made mention for quite a while about the fact that when we raised the aviation fuel tax, we were supposed to have given that 4 cents to GIAA, but we didn't do that for a number of years, and so we owe, $9.3 million. And, we've been on the record as saying we need to address that and 86 that so we don't incur $3 million in interest if we entered into a payment plan. But there's no appropriation for this. There's only an authorization vis-a-vis the governor's transfer authority, but there's no money behind it. So having 50% transfer authority, 100% transfer authority, if you don't give us the funds to have outside of the operational requirements, there's no more, there's no fat that we can take to make these payments. It's like, I know it's football season, but it's like punting on third down. Not even trying for the first down. It's never mind, just have the governor take care of it. It's not fiscal policy. I feel you right now, Senator Tidyway, the throat's getting dry. The contribution rate, all the staffing patterns that you guys have, all the costs of personnel, when we provided the executive budget request, and I'm sure all the other agencies were using the same number, that number has been reduced from 34.8 to 33.85%. Just from the executive branch agencies alone, that's a savings of $1.7 million. If you extrapolate that to the rest of the autonomous agencies, DOE, that's about maybe $8 million, but we're conservatively saying there's $5 million left sitting, not appropriated. We brought this to the chairman's attention, but I don't see any commensurate appropriation against the fact that the contribution rate went down and that conservatively this body could use that as a vehicle for a $5 million appropriation. The last couple of years when we sat here in front of you guys talking about revenues, we had discussions with OFB leading up to the Committee of the Whole and the budget session. And we haven't had that same rapport. I hope that moving forward we reestablish that rapport because it did help. Maybe it looked like the two of us were in cahoots or something like that, but we really weren't in cahoots. We didn't really see too much difference in what it was that the executive budget request provided for, and then 6 months later, what the substitute bill, basically is, seeking. And you can see that today. You can see that a lot of the levels that the executive budget request had are still what it is that OFB is suggesting move forward into 2026. There's not a lot of disagreement in the revenues other than the two big ones, the rolling back of the BPT, which we oppose fully, because we do believe that it only benefits the businesses that are making over $2 million. In the public hearing, when people were asked, they said, we're not going to roll back the prices. So, hello, it's like, it was said more eloquently than I can say by some of the senators earlier. Pardon me? He wants me to use adjectives. I'd rather defer to the record and what the senator said. I don't think I need to jump on that bandwagon, but we do believe in the face of the changing federal landscape where things, like what was good today is not good tomorrow and then back again. there's too much uncertainty with the federal government right now. We shouldn't be taking a very tried and true revenue source and giving, relief to people who, quite frankly, are in that upper echelon of business activities. There's not going to be anything that's going to be provided as a benefit to the consumers. Nothing. Only to the big, big businesses, the big, beautiful bill businesses. So it was said very eloquently earlier. I think we provided the same testimony when we came to the first public hearing for Bill 11. We still maintain that posture. We're giving you some additional information on the back of this memo to you guys to support what it is that we think is a bad decision, especially in light of the fact that, we don't have that $40 million, but we're not putting any money into the rainy day fund. Why? Because we don't have it, because the revenues can't support it. Why? Because we're giving big business a break. Why? I don't know why. I still can't understand that. But, and again, I would really ask for your support in being able to adopt a withholding tax that is $7 million higher. I don't think that there's any way that cannot be achieved. I think it's very prudent, very responsible. And I wish that, I don't think I missed anything. When you compare the revenues, we only differ with the withholding tax and BPT. The special funds, there's an increase in the solid waste, which is fine. And other than that, and the reduction in the GMH pharmaceutical fund, which is the factor of the BPT rollback, which again, I state that we're not cumulatively making up that difference. It's still short. It is what it is. If you take $40 million out of the revenue stream, you're not going to be able to make everybody happy, especially when you're doing things like no provision for the rainy day. And again, if we had hit the cap, okay, we hit the cap, but we didn't get there yet. So it's a little too early to take your foot off the gas. Anything else to add?
Thank you. Just to, for the record, my name is Stephanie Flores. I'm the administrator for the Guam State Clearinghouse. Mr. Carlson is correct. There have been a number of changes since HR 1 became law. HR 1 is the big, beautiful bill. And it has impacted some of our agencies in a way that was not known at the time the executive budget request was filed at the end of January. For example, PBS, which receives ordinarily 65% of its funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, will now not receive $978,271 for this fiscal year. So that represents 65% of their budget. Additionally, the Guam Environmental Protection Agency receives $3,547,816 normally from federal grants. That has been zeroed out as well. And so there's that, that represents the salaries and fundings for 63 employees. They also lost another $9 million in emerging contaminants grants that they used to fund their agency. And so ordinarily, Guam EPA would get no money from the general fund, and now they would need that funding. And if they are not funded, you will not be able to have permits processed. We're not going to be able to do water quality checks. We're not going to do any of the things that we normally need Guam EPA to do. So that is not factored in the budget, and if there is a rollback in the BPT, you will not be able to fund that. For the total for GIPA is 12.5 million. That's the 9 million for their emerging contaminants and 3.5 and change for their regular operations. They do receive the recycling revolving fund, but that's a special fund revenue, and that goes directly to paying for abandoned vehicles and things like that. Another impact that we do know is that Historic Preservation Office from Department of Parks and Recreation in the FY2026 budget from the Big Beautiful Bill got zeroed out as well. And so there will be some impacts there for the Historic Preservation Office. They do have, based on their funding cycles, enough money for this fiscal year to operate, but there is no guarantee that that money will still be available. And the reason for that we're seeing is that at some points, the federal grantors are taking a look at funds that are from prior years and clawing it back. That has happened already with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We saw that with the CDC grants. And based on the ability of the management at Public Health to reallocate funds within programs, they were able to sustain. But without proper planning, we're not going to be able to do that. And so I would just caution everyone that Lester is absolutely correct, and things are still in flux on the federal side. Every day we worry about whether or not funds are going to continue to be available. Just last week, Friday, we were informed that the Solar for All program, which was a $60 million award to the government of Guam, is canceled. And so these are things that happen all the time based on what is going on with the federal government and things beyond our control. I would also like to let everyone know that even though we don't monitor Guam Department of Education's funds, we are aware that the status of the U.S. Department of Education, it's already been known that they are intending to break that up as much as possible. Our concern for the funding for GDOE is that there are $100 million in contracts that need to be fulfilled that are contingent upon GDOE proving up the funding that they're asking for ties to COVID and not some other problem. For example, the renovations and repairs needed for the different schools needs to be determined that it is COVID related and not as a result of deferred maintenance. If it is a result of deferred maintenance, that fund is likely to not be approved, which means that GDOE is going to come back to this body and say, we need a whole lot more money to finish those projects. And if we lower the funding source and availability of funds, you're not going to be able to do that without cutting elsewhere within the government. And so please, I'd like everybody to keep that in mind, is that federal funds, although a blessing at times and helping us to do many things that we can't ordinarily do, there are always conditions and there's always the possibility of rescission of those funds. And that has already been telegraphed by our federal partners. There have been meetings I've been on with program officers one week, and then the next week they're not there anymore because they've lost their job due to budget cuts. And so that's something that we're seeing across the board and something that we need to be planning for. Just because it's not an immediate impact to this fiscal year does not mean it will not be an impact in next fiscal year. And if we reduce the BPT this year, are we going to be able to increase it next year when we need to? That's all that I have at this point.
Cedars Masi to the fiscal team.
Could we please get that in writing, the summary and the amount of the historic preservation?
Yes, I can provide that to you. I have to get that number from Historic Preservation. There was just a short note that they sent to me right before the hearing, so I asked them to send me the total amounts of their regular grants that they would normally get.
Is it just those 4 agencies, or are there more?
At this point, those are the 4 that have definite notice that their funding is cut.
Senators,
100%
yeah.
positive, but every day we're requesting that they ask their grantors, are things changing?
Yeah. Senators, thanks for the impromptu questions, but I want to recognize the entire body now, so we can ask the panel during that time. Sidus Masi. Speaker Frank Blas, you're recognized at this time for the first round of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for the panel for being here. One of the very first questions I want to have is just with regards to the rainy day fund. Mr. Carlson, you basically stated that, first off, you said that the ceiling right now, or that we basically needed about $91 million in the account to be able to basically satisfy the law. Of that, we only have about 65. Have you taken, what is the 3-year average?
We used 23, 24, and 25. The law says the last 3 fiscal years, so, you know.
You use 23, 24, and 25?
Because we're putting money in 25. And, or 20, and what it is that would have gone in 26.
Okay, in using the FY24 and 25 figures, how are we able to do that without an audited figure?
It's not that difficult, Mr. Speaker. Whatever the body appropriates for the rainy day fund, it has been dutifully deposited, so we don't need an audit to tell us what it is that we have.
So, Mr. Guerrero, can you expound on it?
Can you expand on that?
Mr. Speaker, I guess the way OFB is doing their calculations is slightly different from the way, BBMR doing their calculations is slightly different from the way OFB did it. Mr. Carlson just noted that he used the last 3 years, which is 23, 24, and 25, but the law is very specific. It says the last 3 previous years. So you cannot include 25. You need to go back to 22, 23, and 24. The law also notes that it says specifically that it's amounts that are appropriated in each fiscal year. It is not dependent upon what is collected in actual collection of that fiscal year. So the way OFB calculates the rainy day fund is we take and there's 2 ways. One, you can take the gross revenues that we estimate for the year, or we can take the net, the total amount that's available for appropriation. So we have 2 different figures. But I'll take the higher, which is the gross. And when we took the gross, the total actually comes up to about $80 million is what the cap will be for the last 3 previous years. If you take what's in the rainy day fund now, based on the FY23 audit, which I believe, I have it here, is $44 million. You add in the FY24 and the FY25 rainy day amounts of 16.5 and 18.4 respectively, you're going to come out to a total of $79 million in total. So in essence, we're probably short about $900,000 to meet that cap if we go with the gross. But if you go with what's available for appropriation, we are well within the cap because it's a lower amount. So again, Mr. Carlson is right. It just depends how we do the calculation. But I'm going with basically what the law says. And that's how we came up with our cap. And that's why in our presentation, when we said that we can basically set aside the rainy day fund for this year, simply because we have met that cap over the last 4 years, if you're including 24 and 25 appropriations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlson, I'm going to refer to item number 6 in your letter.
May I respond to Mr. Guerrero, sir?
Sure.
Thank you. What we did was we took the last 3 years and we came up with an average of $945 million. And basically, the 10% of the average is basically 95 million. So I don't have a problem with Mr. Guerrero's 77 million. That's the same number I have. But we didn't exceed we didn't hit the $95 million level. So not funding the rainy day fund, if we had one more year, yeah, we would have hit it. We would have hit the cap, and then we wouldn't have to because we met the statutory obligation. But when you take a look at calculating what it is that the cap is, it's 10% of the last 3 years' averages. And like he said, and I agree with him, you can cut the cookie 2 ways, but we cut it to where the average is 95 million. And I agree with him. We should be at somewhere in the neighborhood of 77. What Mr. Burns says we have right now is 65. But I think we both agree that we didn't hit the statutory requirement of 10% of 3 years.
And Mr. Speaker, if I could expand on that, I did a separate calculation using the numbers reported in the quarterly fund reports that we send to the legislature. Excuse me, and I came up with 96 million.
Mr. Guerrero, I mean, there's a $20 million delta between 96 and 70. Can we explain that a little? I mean, where did we come up with 71 or 80? What is that number, 80? 80 mil? The cap? The statutory cap for...
Again, if you're using the method I use in the fiscal year I came out with, the cap would have been 80.8 million. Okay, now, again, like Mr. Burns said, in my calculation, I'm using FY23 audit numbers, which shows that the rainy day fund is at 44 million. I was told by Mr. Burns that that number actually today is $65 million. So if you take the $65 million and you add in, I believe, the 34 million dollars for the 24 and the 25 rainy day fund, we have exceeded the $90 million cap that Mr. Carlson is referring to. And I agree. If you use this calculation, it is 90 million. But if I use two different figures, which both are being certified as being true, one is the audit, and two is a number that was given to me by Mr. Burns, we met the cap. So I just need, I'm just saying this is my method. And I appreciate the method they're doing. But unless they can tell me otherwise that the numbers I'm using are incorrect, then I'm going to stand by my numbers.
Okay, let me move on. Mr. Carlson, we're referencing item number 6 in your letter, that you say that there were some major reductions. If you add all of that up, it comes out to $21.644 million. Yet, so that when we look at what was appropriated, or what is proposed for FY26 and what you had requested, for 2026, inclusive of, you say would be, let's conservative figure of $18 million in the rainy day fund. Your budget is going to be $34.38 million short.
No, sir.
Can you explain that to me?
Yeah,
I mean,
if you
there's only a
take-
$5 million difference between the executive budget and what OFB is, what is being proposed, and as far as the substitute bill. But yet you're calling for 21.6 in these numbers from number 6, along with, I'll just add $18 million for support rainy day fund. It's a $34 million shortfall.
Okay. Going down the line, sir, we also have to take into account the reduction in the provision for income tax refunds of $20 million. That's a difference in what it is that we propose in the executive budget request and that the substitute bill has. There's a $20,852,000 difference, a reduction in the provision for income tax refunds. There's a $7 million reduction in the withholding taxes. Then you have, we're good with the.
I mean, I'm just looking at the figures
Yeah,
based
well,
on.
I know what it is that you're looking at, but when you look at it from the EBR standpoint, you're taking the reduced BPT and you're taking a reduced withholding tax. So right there, that's.
Yeah, so even if you do reduce BPA, reduce withholding tax, you go into these things, those are numbers you're not going to use anyways. Because you're still $5 million. There's only a $5 million delta between the executive budget and what is called for in the substitute bill. Yet, there is about $34 million shortfall in yours.
If you compare the executive budget request on its own, and then you line up the substitute bill, there is not a $5 million overall reduction because you're not taking into account the reduction in the provision for income tax refunds.
Okay, let's just take that into consideration. So it still shows that you're still $34 million. I'm not comparing your number to the executive budget. I'm comparing your number to these numbers plus 18 mil.
Well, the 18 mil is contained in ours, and it's not contained in theirs, so they've got $18 million difference right off the bat. Then you take into account the reduction in the BPT. I don't know how you can say that it's only a $5 million difference.
That's because that's what it's showing here.
No, sir, it could show you that Mickey Mouse is here, but that's not the reality. It's what it is that they're saying, oh, but if you do this, no, that's not how it works. If you add up the revenues, the reductions in just the withholding and the BPT are not $5 million. We agree on the other revenues for the general fund.
Okay, I guess my abacus is broken.
I think your abacus is broken with all due respect, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Well, again, I'm just trying to reconcile this, and I'm trying to find where you found $21.644 million. I mean, within as a result of how it was allocated and how you present that it should be appropriated as opposed in comparison to how it is proposed to be appropriated in the bill.
So just to be clear, so now we're talking about not revenues here, sir, on item number 6. We're talking about
Expenses.
appropriation levels.
Yes, appropriation.
So never mind about what it is that the revenues are for a second. The executive budget request for these line items here under number 6, when you compare it to the substitute bill, these are the differences. These are the differences.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that.
Okay. Okay. Steve, let me go back with you now. On your FY 2026 subsidies, can you explain, there was a difference between, in the gross provision for tax refunds, a difference between the executive of a request of 164.5 million to the proposed provision of 143.6 million. Where did you get 143.6?
Mr. Speaker, what we did is that even before we went there, we went back a few years to look at the tracking, to see what the provision of tax refunds was kind of doing and compared to what we appropriated and basically what we expended at the end of the year. Well, for the last 3 years, in an annual budget, we've been setting aside $175 million for tax provision refunds. Over the last 3 years, we've, based on a report I got, and I verified it again, is that we've only been spending about $132 million for the last 3 years. And on top of that, you know, of course, I asked the question, is the $132 million inclusive of all tax refunds paid to date? And that's for the most part, yes. There are some that are still being reviewed, some are still being audited, but for the most part, we're kind of up to date, anywhere from 2, 3 weeks back when you file your tax. So I said, okay, that sounds reasonable. But then looking at what we've been setting aside of 175 million, and we're only spending 134, even maybe up to 143. I'll give a $10 million cushion. It just didn't, it started to glare out. We're setting aside $30 million, $40 million every year for something we're not spending on. And we did it for the last 3 years. So finally, I told myself, you know, no, we need to revisit this. So I went back and I got some information, and lo and behold, the information I got was that I'll take it back, not take it back, but I believe it's in 2019 or 2020, or maybe 21, the government of Guam paid out $170 million in tax refunds. $170 million. But since, I think 2019 or 2020, it dropped back down to 145. And it's been consistent since then. So the only thing I can think about why did it spike up back in 2019, 20, is because the pandemic, when we got all these tax rebates and tax deductions and filings that gave taxpayers more money to basically get refund on and the power to spend it. So going forward, using this information, I consulted with my team. I said, hey, would it be prudent for us to revisit the provision for tax refunds and appropriate what we've been tracking in actual expenditures being up to date? Would it be reasonable to do that? And they said, yeah, why not? So that's, sir, actually the tracking that I was going to use was 132 million. But in the same report I got, there's a provision up there that says summary total of total taxes paid out was 143. I said, fine, I would leave it at 143. that still gave us a $30 million cushion from the current provision tax refund amount that we've been setting aside every year. So again, I thought this was money that we can put into operation, money that we can, put across the board. Did we take into account the upcoming taxes based on the Trump tax acts and everything else that's coming? Yes, we did. I believe a lot of those taxes are going to be implemented halfway through this fiscal year, which is probably already started in June or July. But we're only going to record 6 months going into FY2026. And again, the numbers that have been brought up to my attention can be anywhere from $8, $9, $10 million. If it's for the whole year, maybe 20 million. Sounds reasonable, but we just don't know what that exact amount is. But giving projected amounts that seemed reasonable to me, we went in and said, okay, we'll take into account. We'll pad it by 10 million. That's why I was even more inclined to put it up to 143 rather than to leave it at 132. But then again, Senator, remind, these numbers are fluid. I mean, one year you can have a banner year, next year you can have a real crappy year. But we just try to find the medium as we go forward when we do this. And that's basically how I came up with the $143 million that you're asking for, or that you're asking me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, could I add?
I was going to ask you, in all fairness, how did the administration get to its figure, recognizing that it's less than the appropriated levels for FY25?
Well, if I could address Mr. Guerrero's immediate remark, I wouldn't disagree that 143 is a good estimate. We're at 134 as of today. So 143 in a whole year sounds to be correct. What wasn't taken account of by OFB was a rateable reduction of the subsidies we get from the federal government for EITC and CTC. Because if we pay out fewer tax refunds, we get back less from the federal government. So by my reckoning, currently we're at EITC at 49.5 million and CTC about 47 million. Whereas in the OFB budget figures, EITC is 53 million. So EITC doesn't look bad. But CTC is at 63 million. Whereas to date, we've claimed back 47 million. So by my reckoning, there's about a $12 million difference as a result of that omission from the calculation.
$12 million in difference? Say that again? I'm sorry.
A $12 million difference in the tax provision. I think we need 37.5, but the budget only has 25.3.
Okay, so now can you answer the question as to how you got to 164.5 as opposed to the 175.6 that we have in FY25? What led to your decision to decrease the amount of for income taxable?
Two things. We agree with what Mr. Guerrero is looking at with respect to like the average, so that's why we went down. But we also didn't take into account the big beautiful bill's impact, because remember the executive budget request was submitted, January 31st. The bill number 1 was passed, I think, sometime in February. So we didn't know what it was that was there in the big beautiful bill to be able to have made the adjustments prior to submitting the executive budget request down here. I think we're not that far off, but we are probably in need of about a $12 million bump. Not all the way to 20, but if Steve is at 143 and we made a $12 million adjustment to get to 155, I think that is a very doable and acceptable number. And it takes into account what it is that we know that, and we're taking a separate view on the applicability of the new higher standard deduction. It's for the total amount that you earn this calendar year. That provision will be assisting you next year when you file your taxes. So it's not a half a year, it's the full year, because your taxes are based upon a calendar year's when you get your W-2. So it's a full year. So, you know, I think if we're at 155, sir, we're at a good number.
Okay, lastly, lastly with regards to the refund. This kind of concerns me here because while we had the authorized level of 175 for this year, okay, and you say that we're probably going to get to maybe about 160, and then historically, maybe about, according to Steve, we paid about, let's give it a figure of 140. Where did the $35 million go to that was excess? I mean, that wasn't expended for the tax refund?
It's a provision. It's like an authorization. It's not an appropriation. So you basically have an amount that you can use from the federal sources, which is the bulk of it, and then the local appropriations, not even a third. So, you know, you're giving us the authorization to pay up to a certain amount. You know, and as Mr. Guerrero said, we haven't been needed to actually hit that, but it's not like you appropriated the money. It's a provision.
I know, we didn't appropriate it. That's what I'm getting at. So where did the money go?
It didn't go anywhere, sir. It just didn't get spent because we didn't need to use it. We can't commingle stuff.
I know you can't commingle stuff,
Yeah.
okay? But you know, like you said, you got an authorization this fiscal year, 175, you probably won't even get to 160.
Probably.
Probably, but you're still collecting it, and when you collected it, where did it go? Or you had the appropriation to be able to spend that up?
Correct. That's the correct answer.
Where did it go?
It didn't go anywhere.
Well, you know, I'm not satisfied with that answer, but I'll go ahead and keep it for now. Steph, last one for you, okay? Because, you know, while this budget, and I'm going to use the OFB numbers, okay? It provides that federal matching grants and aid takes up about 14.68% of our budget, about $198,283,311. That's the grants matching, right? What is the amount of grants that we have no matching? 100%.
100% federal?
Yeah.
I would have to get you that number. There is in the governor's submission, we do have the federal inventory.
Yeah.
And so it's there.
I know, but as remember, your federal
About
inventory
600
was
billion,
given to
yes.
us back in January, and
Yes.
now with everything that has gone on over the last 5-6 months, there's been some impact in that. I'd like to be able to see where we're at with that.
Okay.
Okay?
We can provide that.
I don't believe it's like an all or nothing with
Sure,
the
sure, no, I
big
understand.
beautiful bill. So, like going back to EPA, there's no matching for EPA.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So if it's funded, it's funded. If
Yeah.
it's not, it's not. There's no gray.
Yeah,
area.
and I'm not worried. I recognize that we're just covering here the federal grants that need the match.
Yes.
But I also would like to know, because again, the digest was provided in January, well before the beautiful bill was passed. Okay? This is how rosy is that picture now on that side. Okay?
Gotcha, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senators, we're in recess until 10:30 tomorrow morning.